Hello everybody, happy Potato Day. I hope everybody's having a fantastic day today. Welcome back to Space Engineers 2 VS2 Survival Series, where we're going to be working on Tim Curry, the Waffle Barge. If you're wondering where that name came from, it came from a past stream when we were initially building this, so just go check that out. I have a few things to announce here. First, welcome in Game Dork, it's great to see you, and I saw you purchase the hoodie. And Dukes, you're not going to be here for the first 1.5 to 2 hours. I hope work is not that chaotic right now, Duke. But thank you for at least stopping in and saying that. And then let me move on to the few things I want to talk about before we dive in to Space Engineers, just so I can concentrate on my thoughts while I'm not trying to build and think. So first things first, merch. Game Dork just mentioned there. That's the first thing I want to touch base on. I have launched my new merch line. And it is fantastic. And I'm not just saying that because I'm biased, because my merch line is, I spent some time and I'm really happy with the quality that this turned out. And I have some of the merch myself. So I'm extremely excited for this merch line. It's Volsung Industries brand. And we also have the Aegir dictionary t-shirt, which just explain a little joke, explanation on how to pronounce my name. And then some silly little definitions of what I'm about, like destroying ships or looking for building and looking for beats. Aside from that, we still have our community survival servers going strong, which I'm really excited about. And then on addition to that, we're going to be running a private survival server that is modded survival using the Cauldron system from Major John. And we're going to be using all scrap. It's not really a scrapyard series, but it is going to be focused on working together as a team. And right now, if you are a YouTube member at any tier or a Patreon member, you will have access to that. You will notice on the Discord that you will have access to a channel called Wildlife Ate Me, and that is where we're going to be running this server. And right now we're looking for this weekend to start. Hey Prime, welcome in. We're looking for this weekend to start dropping on the server because we're all going to drop together. So if you are a part of that, you are a member, a Patreon member, or a YouTube member, head over to the Discord, check out for that channel, and put your times in if you're interested in being a part of that server. Check all the pins too. And I think that might be everything that I wanted to talk about before we dive into this. If not, I'll bring something up later. But how are you doing, Prime? I was doing just a little bit building. Every 5 minutes, that little 5-minute timer, I'm usually in here just messing around, waiting for the countdown to stop. So I laid down some projections and started where I think the door for the bridge should go. Oh, I did forget one thing. If you noticed yesterday, obviously if you remember, a YouTube member, you would have noticed that I streamed yesterday specifically to members only. It was a technical... what am I looking here? The word I'm looking for. We had a bunch of technical issues. I was trying to stream Star Rupture, and I kept having GPU driver crashes, and we ended up just streaming Tiny Glade. But it was fun. So on Mondays and Wednesdays now, when my son goes down for a nap, we're going to be doing these nap time sprint streams to where I'm just going to stream to members on Mondays and Wednesdays. And this can be anything from the server that's going to be coming up. I could just be playing on the server. But what I'm mostly going to be utilizing it for is showing members and having their input of if they think a game is going to be good for the channel. So like Star Rupture, I was trying to test out, and we were going to all watch as a group and just see if it was going to work for the channel. Something that you could see being on the channel so we could branch out from Space Engineer. Space Engineer is a fantastic game, but I could use branching out and look at different games in the same genre, at least building, survival, that style. You're good here playing some Dune. Hey Nelson, welcome in. It's great to see you. But yeah, so look out for Monday and Wednesday. If you're a YouTube member or you're interested in being a YouTube member, I'm going to be doing these member only, where I'm calling them nap time sprints, because we are racing against time for while Apollo's asleep to get what we need to get done. And if I can't, so tomorrow morning I'm going to work on trying to get Star Rupture stable for the stream tomorrow. If I can't, I'm going to be jumping into a single player game. It's either going to be the Star Wars series. I actually have three choices: the Star Wars series, the Borderlands series. I'm going to start from the beginning, and by I mean the Jedi Survival series from Star Wars. Or what am I missing here? Star Wars or Pacific Drive. I've been looking at that game ever since you mentioned it, Game Dark. You could use about 28 hours a day to keep up on SE. Yeah, I need more time in the day. That has been very transparent lately, Game Dark, that I need more time in the day. There's so much I'm trying to juggle right now, and it's not working. It's not working, Game Dork. How do I make more time? If you ever figure that out, please let me know. Don't keep it to yourself. So right now we're working on the bridge of the Tim Curry, the barge. Hey MSG, how are you doing? I saw Beeble's not streaming. Hopefully all the Beeble, or a lot of the Beeble community, makes their way over here. I would be pretty grateful and happy about that. Okay, we need iron and silicon. I've been playing a bunch of different games, so if it takes me a little bit to get back into Space Engineers 2. Just the controls. So jumping between games can be tricky. So silicon and nickel I need to grab. We also need a little bit of battery. Let me sit in this seat. And when I saw Beeble cancel a stream, I was like, oh, not that I get to watch his streams, but I know it's not pleasant to have to cancel a stream if you're fully prepared to stream. What do I have at this? Oh, I did like a event thing. Whoa, lag. Hey, Bradley, welcome in. How are you doing? You got 20 minutes till work. That's rough. Well, I hope your work day goes by fast. Silicon and nickel. I gotta remember what I'm doing. Silicon and nickel. I believe we have both of those things. No, that's not. Where did I just throw that silicon? Come back. I right-clicked. Playing too many other games that use right-click to split. I don't want this. I want to alt. Bring over about 1,000. And now we need nickel. Let's bring over about 1,000 of those too. Because we're going to do some windows up there. feel like I can't hear the game music at all right now. Now we need iron. Of course we do. Now we need iron. There we go. Yeah, you have the hat, Prime. It's crazy. You have that hat. That elusive hat. On the members, on the first membership stream yesterday before the technical issues, we had a nice little hat war going on. That was fun. That was a lot of fun. That's not what I want. Want some vents here to mimic the other side. Perfect. Yeah. No, this why you got it, Prime. Prime, or someone who wants to spend their potatoes, can someone test a redemption for me, a new redemption that I made for my wife? Before she gets home, it would be nice to know if that redemption works. All you rich potato people. Busy rebuilding me the SE2 Eagles to run on hydrogen instead of ion power. Needs a complete rebuild so I can use them on plants. Yeah, that's... I'm interested to see that when you're done with that. MSG. So I remember your original build was pretty solid looking. Oh, it's not in there, Game Dork. It's... A lot of the ones that are for specific people are hidden. It's put in, though, if you know from what Harley calls Joker in the DC Batman shows. P-U-D-D-I-N. Game Dork. Or whoever wants to try it. There's 2 Ds, Game Dark. Almost, though. It's 1 more D. Good. We grab enough silicon. I'm happy with that. We're probably going to run this down here. How is the level on that? That kind of seemed like it was a little low. Maybe we don't. I regret this now. Because now it's going to be a slight pain to grind this up. Yeah, I'm gonna up the volume. Not obviously right now. I am tempted to, though, but I can't do it right now. Yeah, I had a feeling it was quiet. It's nice that it works, though. It won't take long to... I just gotta do the audio in my export of it and then upload it again. But yeah, it sounded a bit quiet. It could use a little boost. I couldn't see the levels of it, but yeah. I will boost it for the next stream, which will be Thursday. Oh, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. I want to mimic this other side. And then do the railings. Yeah, the railings. So do the same railing on the outside there. No, that's not. Are we gonna do them over here? I have an idea to actually not do that at all and make our own railings. Wait, let's put that back. What did I just do? That won't be in the way of the door pad. Is that too tall? Yeah, it's too tall anyway. That should be the right height. And then do our own railing here. Like that. Yeah, that is going to be much better. It's going to look better having this side our own railing, our custom railing. Now, where do we want the bars? Where do we want the bars? Let's see. Let's build it upside down right here. So if we do one in here, that's not right. That's not right. That's not right at all. There we go. Why won't this connect? I don't like that. Do we still have silicon? Can I test this real quick? Okay, we're good. I don't like being upside down right now. It's bothering me just a little bit. Okay, let's start getting some of these in. No, that's not right. That's 6 between. I'm not going to do that the whole way, though. See, that might be fine right there. Then let's add some detail, like some corner ones here. Like this. Running low on power. We need to go get power. How's that look? Yeah, that looks much better. Let's sit in our seat. How's this bridge look in first person? I think it looks pretty good. We can't really walk around it. We're stuck to walking back here. But I think it looks fine. Everything is awesome. I'm pretty happy with that bridge. I'm pretty happy with it. Okay, so these corners, we're gonna do something like this. looks good. Perfect. I'm missing, what am I missing in my components? I'm out of iron. Let's go grab some iron. Let us go grab some iron. My goal for this stream is to get this whole barge fully detailed out. I think if we just focus on it, I think we have all the resources to do it. Tim Curry, the Waffle Barge, is going to be a whole new barge by the end of this. In that corner. Probably do some detailing here, actually. And bring these up to like little roof brackets. We are going to try and put the antenna up on top of the bridge. So here we would do something like this. Then we'll need to go to the detailing blocks. Something like this. Yeah, that's gonna give it a little bit more detail there. Do the same thing on this other side. How am I out of iron? I thought I just grabbed so much iron. Did I not? Let's dump off our inventory real quick. Oh, that's not what I want. I want iron. There we go. Iron. That's not how that works. Then we're gonna have to grind out this and mimic that same little detailing we have on the other side here. So the detailing blocks here. Nope, not there. One second real quick, actually. There we go. I don't hear any music right now, though, and I'm not quite sure why. And those are straight beams down to that little lip down there. So we can put in... Let's go straight down like this. I can ever so faintly hear music. And then we need the beams. Like this. Music has been low in Space Engineer. So yeah, I even turned it up for this stream. Prime, and it still is. It's been acting weird. Okay, how's that looking? Yeah, it looks really good to me. I like it. I like it a lot. I wish we had a helm. I would totally put a helm in here right now instead of a control seat. Just put a helm right there at the front. Maybe we want to move this control seat up, actually. Well, all the parts will just fall right there to the ground. We're fine. Well, let's move the control seat all the way up to the front. As far as it can go. Maybe actually there is better. It looks bargeous. That's good to know. Thank you, Game Dork. That's what I'm going for. Yeah, that looks better up there like that. It'll allow us to put some stuff back here, like maybe some lockers or something like that. I wish we had little panels right now. We will get all that in the future. So if window-wise up top, what do we want to do? We technically can't fit anything. No, we can't fit these windows here. We can fit some this way, though. Maybe one like that. And one like that. Should work. And then let's do the half blocks here. Not sure what I want to do in that center area yet. We're gonna have to grab some silicon. After I just said that I still tried to weld up the window. Let's grab some silicon so we can do those windows real quick. For now, I think I'm just going to cover this up like this. We can add detail. It's a very nice looking bridge, if I do say so myself. Like, even the fact that it's square, it still has this detail. So we need to do this now. I need to do some of this greebling around the other side, and then we can just be done with the bridge for right now. So that is this block. This block first. Sorry about that. Going to, I think it goes like this to here, and then we have that like that. And then that should, no, that's not, doesn't make sense. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Let me look at the other side real quick again. Okay, okay. So it goes straight across the bottom like that. Perfect. So wait, does that mean that goes straight across the bottom in the center? Yeah, yeah. Not this. And then straight across the bottom this way. Perfect. Let's get all that welded up. Luckily we can fit in here. That would be pain if we couldn't. I'm still ready for the area welders. I'm going to keep talking about that all the way until the next update. My life support is in danger. Oh no. Let's go sit over here. We need refill stations. I would like a nice refill station. Game Dork, I can't wait till you get your hoodie and can post some pictures. My wife made me get her a hoodie. Okay, we welded all of that up. So now we just need to do the little detailing like this. And that should be the last little detailing around here, at least. We gotta do some roof stuff to put an antenna on. But that should be good. Oh, we forgot this here. Like that. I was thinking up some ideas of what I'm gonna do here, because I am gonna greeble around this and cover up all of the ports. We're gonna do a little bit of greebling around these thrusters. It should have projected to the, yeah, it projected to this side. Nice. Okay, what connector do we have right here? Can I get away with, so I'm thinking of bringing this down. That was a temporary thing, right? We could possibly put the reactor on the back of the O2H2. So that's the front of the ship. I don't really want a reactor right on the front. Wish we had Twitchy too, because I want to make sure that with all this here, Twitchy could actually still park. Maybe might have to take this up at some point and modify it to that. You got to go get ready for work. Well, thanks for hanging out with us, Bradley, before work. Like I said, I hope it goes quick. Unless you really enjoy your work, then I hope you just have a good day. It's gonna be a pain going in. I might close all those up. I might leave them. No, I definitely do want to do some greebling down in there. We'll see what we do. Right now, though, where do we want to do? I want to figure out where that reactor could go. Realistically. It might have to stay there, though. It might just have to be where it goes. I mean, it's not really an issue putting the reactor right on the front. It honestly isn't. I also could put the reactor somewhere. So hold on, I'm gonna try something. So I've been really getting into the grinding down blocks, which we did a little bit back in the first base, the chemic base, where we ground down those connectors. So if we just get this to a mostly functional look, like that. I really like them like this. Yeah, I think that looks awesome. So we'll do the same thing on the other side. Something I didn't utilize too much in Space Engineers 1. Grinding down blocks. It always feels a little weird. We're using build states. But I'm really liking it in this game so far. Yeah, that handles all of those. Side ones, it still doesn't figure out what I was trying to do with the... What I was trying to do with these small ones, by the way, I'm probably fine with. Though I'm not, because I just thought about it. We'll get back to that thought of whatever I was trying to think of. Greeble, 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 Greeble the Greebles. Exactly. I'm glad you understand. The Greebles need Greebling. Do I want to do that, or do I want to do 2 of these inside? There's also a cool thing. So if you saw my racer that I made, the Black Ledger from last stream, I believe it was last stream of this. You can make these cool little chrome. I don't think I'm doing it for these, but you can grind down these blocks and get a nice chrome finish. Okay, so the same thing on this side. There's a lot you can do right now with grinding, since we don't have textured or skins to work with. You gotta make do with what you have. I'm okay with some of the small ports being visible. They're not horrible looking like in Space Engineers 1. I can live with it. Okay, let's work on the actual structure though. I kind of want to bring this down in a certain way. No. So what if we do this? That is our center line. We can't really go in front of the thruster though. We gotta think about that. Then we could still use this as our center line, then bring over. Something like this. No, I probably would. No, I probably would do this. Then something like that with a half block. I don't like this point here though. Probably wouldn't do the point. Maybe one more half block down. Then let's bring this in now. I'm gonna weld this up just to see what we're working with here. Is that gonna stay like that? We could, and then we could actually just bring down the half block here. Like that. And then this block here. What is going on over here? I don't know. We'll deal with that. What is going on? Why is that? Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Luckily we can just partial copy things if things don't project over right. Greeble, 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 Greeble. Greeble, Greeble. What if I said it's Greeble for the rest of the stream? Would that be a problem? It's the only word I spoke for the rest of the stream. And then do I want to go down to something like this? Yeah, because that's going to allow me to do something like, so if I bring this over, we are on the inside now. I can't actually bring it past there. Let's get rid of all that. Bring this down one more. We could actually bring this all the way down to meet. Right? Technically. And now we can go straight over, yeah, with this. So I was thinking the whole bottom might have a frame similar to this. I have better chance. Oh, I'm out of iron. I'm out of iron. I also need power. I need power. Okay, and we need iron. Power and iron. Let's save real quick. Yeah, so I wanted this little frame. Ooh. We dropped components. I wanted this little frame, though, around there, here. And it does line up perfectly with this, the cargo. This is kind of what I had in my mind when I was building this ship initially. Then once we have this frame, we can work from greebling around it. Hey, Dread Mechanic, how are you doing? Yeah, because we could bring up... Actually, could just bring something up like this. Well, I guess that doesn't tell you. It does, though. Then go down. Something like that. Yeah, we can make this thing look really good. Got a bunch of weird partial welded, or not welded, projections over here. This is a floating block here. Good, learning Blender, updating your skull face mod. That's exciting. Can't wait to see that, Dread. Yeah, that guy that joined the Discord, EC in my Discord, has made me really interested in Blender. Not that it's something I know that I could ever do, but it's definitely making me think about it. I need more iron. Hey, Mayor, welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, that should be the right level, right? Yeah, and then we go this way. You got the models built going through textures now. The models are probably the harder part, isn't it? Where do we start from here? No, kind of middle between that. So right about there. It does not want me to put a block there. You're good. I'm doing pretty good. I am doing pretty good. I'm back in one of my favorite games. So yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Then we have detailing blocks underneath that. This has a full one of these, right? Yeah. It took a bit of trial and error to get everything in the right place. Yeah, the modeling would be the part that I would have trouble with. And then this just runs to about there for now. Mod SDK has stopped spitting out errors, so I think that's usually when you know when things are going the right way. That's what I did a lot when I was doing the Space Engineers 1 potato mod, is load it into a world. Are there errors? Yes. Are there less errors? Yes. Like, check that. Just constantly checking that. Are there more errors? Then we've done something wrong. Yeah, that looks like a nice frame. Then we'll have to do something similar on this side, but I really am thinking of bringing the reactor down to the front and not having it on the top at all. So let's do that. I don't like having it up on the deck, honestly. I may end up leaving early today. Mrs. and I have a date. Oh, that's great to hear, Game Dork, that you have a date. Going out to food in a movie, or something else. So that should be able to connect the bottom of this, if I believe. Let's go dump all our stuff and grind that down. The bottom of that, I believe, is large. I could be completely wrong. Yeah, keep trying until exactly. Keep trying until it works. So reactor, we might also need to put batteries on here, so we might be able to put some smaller batteries up on the deck, honestly, or find a place to hide them in somewhere else. We could put a little battery thing on top of the bridge. It's not a bad idea. And then do reactors on top of it, or not reactors, wrong word. Is the bottom of it? Yes. Okay, perfect. So which way do we want this facing? Probably like this. Do antenna is what I'm trying to say, though, for the... Yeah, that should work. And then we can Greeble something in the front, maybe even bring out the front in a way. I have an idea, so we're gonna do that real quick. So we could even bring out the front in a way like this. Are you excited about Woodern? Water is not something that I'm that excited about, to be honest, Mare. Don't get me wrong, I'm looking forward to water, but it's not something that I need to be in the game. If that makes any sense. Would this just look good doing something like that? No. So what if we did something like this? And then this in the front. How's that shape look? I am pretty happy with that shape. And then we can do some awesome Greebles here. I want... There we go, symmetry mode on. I'm more excited for the next update with the mechanical blocks. The tools, getting the welder. And the area welder, the hand tool. I'm thinking of actually doing a layer behind this. Bringing that in like that. That might actually be perfect. Let's weld it up. Water's just gonna be a nice bonus for me, honestly. It's not something that I'm craving. I also am slightly nervous about how it's gonna be implemented if it's performance-wise. So I'm not sitting here going like, I need water now. No, I need build planner. I need artificial horizon. Stuff like that is things that I'm more interested in. And area welders. Multiplayer, co-op is going to be awesome. Also really interested to see what they do with weapons in this next update. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that front. Yeah, pistons, rotors. That's definitely where my mind more is right now. No, I want these. How big are these? Can we fit them? No, we can't. Do they cover? They do, actually. We can do something like this. Can we do 2 of these? We can. Something like that. And then going with the detail blocks. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I want these. Where are you going? What type of ship are you making right now? It's a barge that hauls my miner that's up in space. It's filled with a ton of storage, like cargo, to haul around my miner. So the miner can just go out, bring stuff back, store it on the barge, and then go and grab another load. And then we can come back to base. The miner stays up in space. And this soon just bring a ton of resources back to base. Yeah, I'm really happy with that. It could use a little more detailing, but I'm happy with it right now. Okay, we gotta figure out why I was doing that, so I could also figure out the frame. For this part, what I was gonna do here. Which I can't do the same thing because I did a slightly different thing here. But we can partial copy this to the front and get an idea. A similar design. So let's partial copy this. Let's partial copy this. Do I have everything that I want? It looks like it. And then bring it over without symmetry on, and then bring it over here somewhere. So that would realistically be about there, I think. Yeah, perfect. And then we'll just have to think of a different transition up over here. I gotta turn up the volume, Dr. H, but if you're happy with that, I definitely need to turn up the audio. It's a little low. Have I seen the new piston? Yeah, they revealed it, I believe, in one of the dev blogs. So what are we gonna do here to have this come in a little better? We could use this block. Yeah, it's I will after stream, as long as somebody reminds me, I will edit the audio. I'll bring it up. I got to do a full new render and everything of it. I can't just edit it in Streamlabs. I need to export it and everything. Hey, cool kid, how are you doing? I wish I could talk to you, cool kid, right now in voice. I apologize if it's awkward, but I really enjoy your German accent. So actually, I'm thinking of something completely different here. And just to bring this... So I want this, and then something like... How many of these can I fit? 2? Okay. And then this here. Then we would just need something here to look better. Do we have something we can use here? Probably not. What does that look like? Not necessarily what I'm going for. We might just use the same thing I had down here, or up there before. Yeah, I like that. Hey, welcome in, Balak. How are you doing? If that means you need to remind me, yeah. I mean, I'm not saying that I'm going to forget it, but there is a chance. What if we get rid of this here? We just do little fins here. Like little vents. Back at least one more actually would be nice. No complaints. That's good to hear. I love these fins. It might become one of the most overused Greeble, but they look fantastic. Finally finished work meeting so I can come hang out. Hey Kaz, how are you doing? I was tempted to go mess with it before you got home, Dr. H. But I wish I could just mirror this right now. It's not going to take that long, so I need to go grab... this back one and partial copy this. It would have taken me opening up DaVinci and everything. Hey Jed, how are you doing? Munching some soup, so I thought I'd stop in. Hope you're having a fantastic potato day. There, Jed. It was awesome having you yesterday for the members only stream. Yeah, so we need this partial copied for this front side here. So that should be right like that. Perfect. Well, it works for now. Yeah. I really like that I found a compilation too. Like her saying it that many times is pretty, it actually goes on further. The compilation I found goes on way more than just what I cut out of it. It's about like 12 seconds, I think, the full thing. Not tatty soup, tatty soup. Lentil. I'm not a soup person. I think I've said that before. You actually enjoy your work meetings, Kaz? Last night was quite fun. I might have to pick up Tiny Glade at some point. I think it's still pretty cheap. Tomorrow, or maybe later after stream, I might get a little bit of time to try and work on... I would love to do tomorrow, so we're going to do another members... Every month, I announced it, I'll do it again here. A few of the announcements I made in the beginning of the stream is every Monday and Wednesday now we're going to do these nap time sprints, is what I'm calling them, is when a little dude is sleeping. We're going to do some members only streams and just try to see what we can get done in certain games. I would love to do Star Rupture tomorrow. I'm gonna work on trying to see if anything can be done on my end to get that to work. That should be the same look on both sides now, yeah. I actually learned quite a lot and got a few of our free trials extended out another week, so that means money saved on our end. That's awesome to hear, Kaz. Yeah, what makes this the Tim Curry barge? So, that was last stream, right? So when I first built this, there was people were talking about Tim Curry for some reason, and Clue. DC was here, and he's from Belgium, so we were talking about waffles. Balak, so it was kind of a mixture of a bunch of conversations that we were having in the stream, and I asked chat to name it, so they named it Tim Curry the Waffle Barge. It's a barge. The waffles came from DC, like I said, and then Tim Curry was just being talked about in chat. You can eat loads of veggies you don't like in soups. I mean, hopefully I eventually break out of it, but it's still very much ingrained in my brain, Jed, that soups equal sick. When I was a kid, and I'm talking about like fully growing up, my mom always made me soups whenever I was sick. So whenever I think of soup, and any type of soup, I'm really thinking like it brings these thoughts and these feelings of being sick to my mind. Yeah, life's little moments. That's art. It's already looking so much better with just that little bit of framework that we just added to it. Okay, I want to take this up to space right now, though. Let us save, and then I want to take this up and check if this little walkway to the bridge is too big now. Hold on. Before we do that, let me check that the reactor actually has uranium in it. Yes. Also, let's add that battery right around here before we go too. Let's learn from our mistakes. Does that sound good? Okay, so I'm thinking a battery right here, and then we'll add... No, that actually doesn't look that great right there. Maybe we can get away with putting one somewhere underneath. Trying to think where we could make a battery look good. For the time being, let's put one somewhere around here. Just a temporary battery. Let's grab some iron and silicon. Yeah, that's much better, Jed. Having it just for when it's cold out in your mind. I wish it wasn't. I feel slightly ruined, like it's just ingrained in my brain. Ingrained in my brain, in the membrane. Let's keep these resources on us, and let's go up to Velation Station and make sure that Twitchy still fits. Let us save. Let us lift off. And let us blueprint this real quick. Where is the blueprint? Where is my blueprint? I don't think we actually have a blueprint. Let's just blueprint this then. Tim Curry, the Waffle Barge. Oops. I didn't hit save. There we go. Yeah, we could also put a battery in the... We could have a battery in the bridge. Okay, we're good. Our battery's a little low. But that's fine. We have the reactor. Let's get a good look at this real quick. Yeah, this is shaping up pretty nicely. I'm liking how this is looking. So yeah, let's head up to Velation Station. Validation Station. Whatever you want to call it. That's where we're heading right now. We're having chili for dinner tonight. Oh yeah, I'm excited about chili. Now chili makes me think it is always a good thoughts. Happy thoughts. You know what? I am tempted. We might take a slight little break at some point. Maybe once you get up here and see if Twitchy. And maybe I will add audio. I'll try to fix the audio. I have an idea to fix the pudding audio pretty quick, actually. I don't need to pull it back into DaVinci. I could just use Audacity and switch it over. I could just raise the levels in Audacity real quick from the wave. Yeah, I'm really happy. We can do some greebling here on the bottom just to keep all that. We don't need to add too many. Keep it a lot of a framework, pretty much. But a little bit of greebling just to look like they're holding in the containers and everything. Just some brace bars, some structural support.
Do it.
Please be up here, Twitchy. I think you are, but I worried about leaving you up here, and I'm not gonna lie. There's Twitchy. Hi, Twitchy. How are you doing? Okay. Let us go grab Twitchy real quick. Let's see if you still fit. I'm worried that the walkway I have to cut back a little bit. Let's save real quick. I still fit, though the walkway doesn't make a ton of sense when... Like, the walkway doesn't make sense to being able to get into the cockpit. But it still fits on here. It would have been nice if we could have got the connector down one, so this sat flat. Let's see if we can do that. But let's go park this back at Velation Station. Let's park, see if we can get the barge parked there. Can we? Yeah, we should be able to park Tim Curry there. And then I'll go do what I said I was going to do. We're going to fix the pudding thing live. We're going to do it live. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, exactly, Alec. If we just lose a little bit of our, like, bring back the custom rail we did. Perfect. It's really not that big of a ship either. Oh, look at that sun. I can see that. Where's the sun right now? Oh, that is gorgeous. Hold on. I need to step out here and just look at this. Look at this. Just look at it. Just look at it. That really is beautiful right now. Okay, I am going to play some music. No. What am I going to do? Let's think this through real quick. Let's escape out of here. Let's bring up Audacity and maybe just do this. Audacity should probably pop up here. Nope, Audacity's on this screen over here. Let me get my file. Just bear with me for a second. It's a just chatting stream for a moment. Just for a moment. So just pull the audio, the pudding audio into here. I don't know if that's, is that coming through right now? Hey Marcus, how are you doing? Is the pudding audio coming through right now? I'm guessing you had more work to do than you thought you did, Marcus. Bring the volume up. Let's bring it down to about 10, might be better. Yeah, that actually sounds perfect. So let's export audio to my computer. Let's export you there. Perfect. Then we're going to open up Streamlabs. Only my voice. Okay. I've been told I have a nice voice, though, so... I mean, I don't fully hear it all the time, but... At least you get to listen to my lovely voice, apparently. Streamlabs. Cloudbot. Store. Edit. Edit you. Next. Let me upload. Put in audio. There we go. Save that. Then I need to go to the alert box. mess with the actual redemption. This put in wave, select, save. Let me test it live. There, you got it in two, whatever. We'll have to see if the redemption actually sounds better, though. Let me close out of all this. And then we're back. Okay. We're still staring at this. At least you got this gorgeous view. This really is a nice view. I'm taking a screenshot real quick. I know we have the safe zone, but it still looks nice to me. So we would cut back. Let's do a little bit of editing while we're up here, actually. So we're going to cut back this a little bit, but we can't do it. We're in a safe zone. I just said we're in a safe zone. No, but try the actual redemption at some point. Give it a little bit, and then try the redemption again. I believe I hit save. Now I'm worried that I didn't hit save. Give me 1 second. 1 second. I feel like I didn't hit save. Alert box. Redemptions. Put in. I did. I hit save. We're good. Everything is awesome. So let's edit that a little bit and then check it. So we'll pull this back a little bit. Fight with the grinder a little bit. You said save when you're okay. I was trying to say that what I was doing because you couldn't see what I was doing, so I was narrating it like an audiobook. It was at this moment that he saved. What if I just narrated everything I did like that? It was at this moment that Aegir realized that he needed to pull back the railing. That might be good right there, honestly. It doesn't look fantastic though, so no, I don't like it. So maybe one back up to the next bar. Come on. I believe in you. I believe in you. How's your day gone since we last spoke, Marcus? Which really wasn't that long ago. A guy in the cloudy with a chance of... Yeah. Just narrate every little thing I'm doing. Just like him. So that... Yeah, I'm good with that. Let's head back down to our base and finish building this. Where is our base? I can't decide which is more shockingly cold, my wife's hand or Albus's feet. That's scary that Albus's feet are cold. I've heard that it's your job, Gamedork, to warm up her hands, though. It's probably also your job to warm up Albus's feet. What's awesome about this barge is while we're making it for Twitchy, I feel like this could be a universal barge. Look at that light. The green light renders in and renders out. But it could be a universal barge for other people's miners. Those thruster effects are gorgeous. Anyway, I've now blinded myself. I can't see anything. They both think so. It's very cold here. I feel nice, actually. I'm feeling nice. I think it's Dr. H if you wanted to try it again. It's probably been long enough. Yeah, that's another thing too, Balak. Fighters, it could be a multi-purpose barge. A ship shipping ships. It's a ship that ships ships. Yeah, that's much better. That is much better. You're champion now with the soup in your belly? You can accomplish anything? Or is champion, I'm assuming, is slang? Oh, we're crooked. I'm not gonna be able to build like that. Park. Good, that's much more level. We can work with that. And now it's dark. That's sad. You never use an ice scraper? Yeah. She doesn't. I bought her a nice brass ice scraper a while ago and she refuses to use it. She's not about that life. So we're just gonna do this here, maybe? Nah, I don't like it. I don't like it, and that probably messed up over here. No, that actually somehow worked. That makes no sense. You need to do a class, Jed, on some Scottish slang. Scottish slang with Jed. So I was thinking that we come down a layer like this. And then and we could actually get rid of that. And that, honestly. I gotta watch that movie again at some point. I think we were getting snow this weekend too. They were talking about it at work. Yeah. I'm pretty sure we're getting snow. I'm pretty sure we're getting snow. I'm also pretty sure the projection of this symmetry is not working right. But I could be wrong when we get over there and get happily surprised. And then what? We'd put maybe that here. Pretty happy with that. How does this look? Yeah, I thought so. What? Oh, I don't remember actually placing those. I didn't remember welding those up on this side. Whoops. My bad. We're just cold this week, cold and dry with sunny skies. Worries me because that's usually followed by freezing rain. I wonder what we're gonna do here. I am tempted to do something. Let's detail. I got some detailing in the brain that I need to do. Not that we're not detailing this whole time, but I have this idea to do something like this. See how this looks when we weld it up. It's gonna be annoying if we have to grind it down, but I don't think it's gonna be bad. Just a little lip. We like lips here, right? Hey, the wind god, how are you doing? Would you like some big winds with your your snow? I think we're good on winds for right now, honestly. But thank you for offering. It's very nice of you. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy with that, but I also see an idea to do something like this. I'm just gonna try it on this side for right now. There's just endless amounts of Greebling. And there's somebody we need to blame, and I don't know who it is. Yeah. I kinda like this better. Kinda. No, I don't. I lied. I apologize for lying to you. I didn't realize I had that on the whole time. One blizzard incoming. I would like enough snow that the schools get closed where I don't have to go to work. Really does make me want to bring down. Let's get symmetry back on. I mean, no matter what, not there, obviously. But on the other sides of this, we want to bring down some braces of some sort. That's probably good right there. To hold in the reactor in the front. Could actually continue the brace down. And I'll maybe come down like that. Something like that is what I was picturing. Now it looks like it's kind of holding it. I'm in here, maybe with actually this. Yeah, I like that. Okay, then this brace up here, we're on the cube, right? Yeah. Extends at least to, probably just continues that way. What are we going to do with the front of this? I almost want to put a connector on the front of this. I don't almost want to put a connector. I want to put a connector on the front of this. Okay, we need to grab some iron. Does it still have the projector on the front? Oh, come on. These projectors doubling up with symmetry mode are so annoying. Come on, people, you know how to spell lose. Don't make the common loose. Loose and lose. Lose has one O. Loose has two O's. Why when I look at that am I seeing the seat up there? That's strange. That is strange. Okay, let's Greeble around this. Not do double ones. Did we get away with doing... Not that. Not that. That. Uh-oh, my suit energy is low. And man, they're just letting it loose. They're letting the power loose. It's too tight. The power is too tight. Okay, what was I thinking of? Moving this... Part of me kind of wants to move this up one. Or we gotta mess with Twitchy and move it down one. No, this should come down one, if anything. Can we realistically move it down? We can't, though. No. We can't move that down one. Can you claim ESL? Yeah, you can claim whatever you... I'm just messing around anyway. I don't really care. Someone let the magic blue smoke out of the Transformers. Who did it? Now you're making me think of a genie or something, Game Dark. Now I hear Robin Williams singing. Somehow we made that leap. I'm good with stuff there. This is at the same level. So if we could figure out, let's figure out a cool little design to attach these to these. Let's do that. That's where we're at right now. So we could bring that to there. And then we have to do this to here. The cool thing is we could probably also do these to there. And same thing on the front. Hello there, Engineer Coffee. How are you doing? Tim Curry is looking fabulous. Those small scaffolding type blocks might be nice, long, skinny ones. Yeah, but I was thinking of doing, so I did this neat little design here. Actually, where did we do that neat design? Is it on the bottom? Something like this. I was thinking of mimicking something like this maybe up there. Or we could just do something like that. We could just get away with doing something like this, couldn't we? I'm actually good with this. I think this would actually look perfect. But it doesn't line up perfectly. We could just do this and then do that at the back. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm pretty happy with this. Let's see it from back here. Yeah, that looks very nice. It's 2.5. Dr. H. 2.5. Not a huge fan of that in the back. But it's fine. It almost makes me... No, I'm not a huge fan of it. I don't like it at all. Let's do the other side first before I edit that. Are we out of iron? Yes, we are.
Inventory full.
Okay, then I was thinking keep that going there. That there. Is that gonna look weird? We just get rid of this. No matter that looks weird. Yeah, I was thinking we could do something like this to this. But it doesn't make a ton of sense. So let's get rid of this here. Same thing on the other side. And then we'll just do that there. I think this will look much better. Yeah, I'm good with that. We are gonna need more, like, to beef up these braces. So what if we did... What if we did something like this? Should that come in one and go over the gratings at all? Can we get away with doing that? I think we can. Yeah, I like that a lot. Down the whole thing. I don't know why I flew in there. And do some extra bracing underneath. Oh, we're out of iron. And I'm stuck. Help. Okay, we got out. Wonder how low we're actually on iron. Part of me wants to know and part of me doesn't want to know, because I don't want to know that we have to go up and grab more iron. Do some extra bracing points underneath too. Let us save, because saving is good. For a second I thought we were out of iron again. Stuck. Stuck. I thought we just flew through the other one, no problem. Now we're getting stuck in this one. Now we're out of iron. Let's put all this away and just grab as much iron as we can grab. Okay, we still got a chunk of iron. We don't have a ton of it, but we got some. Okay, how is that looking? That looks much better. Much better. We're definitely gonna have to do some braces for the back here. What if we did something like this into half blocks? Looks nice. Very nice. Hey, K-Head, how are you doing? Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day. So yeah, we could just bring blocks from here. 6, let's turn back symmetry mode back on. There. How far can we go? We can go all the way there because I left a gap in between these. That's awesome. So let's build a little bit of that out. Just fine, passing the time with Anno 17. Oh, the one of the new Anno games. How's that doing? I haven't played Anno in quite some time. Back when I had to make a spaghetti island, if that's any reference to how long it's been. My suit energy is low. It's a convenient carry handle. You just grab it from here and you can pick up Tim Curry and take him wherever you want to go. Anno is one of those games that I really do enjoy, but I haven't played Anno in quite a bit. Probably get away with that. I don't know how we're gonna get in and Greeble in here. That might just be how that is for now. Okay, I have an idea that I want to do. It's actually taking out that and this. Okay, then what? This. And then this. I haven't used enough of these, to be honest. Apparently I need to weld this up first. And it was great, very time consuming, just like Space and yeah. You can lose most of your day just sitting there playing Anno. Oh, that bothers me that these are not even. They are even, aren't they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're odd. A lot of the blocks are even, I'm guessing. It's a hot, very hot thruster, in case you were wondering. Yeah, that looks good to me. And then we can do... We could actually just do this down 2 and then have this come down to here. How dare you, Chad? Hey, Chad, how are you doing? You should add cross bracing from the gyroscope to the outer brackets above and below the cone of the thruster. That's actually, yeah. You mean like up somewhere around here? That's a good idea, Wingod. You can be extremely helpful, Wingod, when you're not trying to destroy everything. I don't want to block off. Don't want to block off all of that. So what am I trying to do here? I think it's with this block here. Yes, let's get rid of this real quick. On both sides. Yeah, we have the opportunity back here, Wingod, to do some really cool stuff. So I'm thinking that there. That's not what I want. That there. Maybe we could just get away with doing... That's not right. Symmetry mode, you messed with me. That's also not right. You're cold, still nasty weather, testing your patience. We're gonna have to grab more iron. Let us grab some iron. What are we at? 16, almost 40,000 iron still. I don't care if my heating bill is high. Thermostat is staying on 70 degrees. I can be helpful with your wins. I keep the stream nice and breezy with my, you know, streams. What was I doing? Thinking up some brackets. Might bring that down one, honestly, but we'll see for now. So a bracket pretty much going from... Maybe we can do... Can we fit these in here? Perfect size? No. Technically, we could fit that. I don't hate it, but I also am not a huge fan of it. Because if we put that in there... No, that's actually not that bad. In this one, we're gonna have to bring... If we do the same thing at the front here... Motor mount? Kinda. I just realized this part is missing some Greeble. Right? It's missing this piece. on this side. Yeah. I shall return. I have to go get daughter from bus stop. I hope you survive out there. It's freezing, right? Then do this right here. It is braced for perfect teeth alignment. Yeah. Invest in the heaviest wool socks you can find. Yeah. I've heard good things about wool socks. Alright, why? Feels cool being able to be underneath here. Oops, I thought my jetpack was on. Yeah, I'm thinking we bring this down one. It's gonna look better. Let me save. I don't know when the last time it saved. 20 degrees. Yeah, it is. I see it right now. 19 on my phone. Yeah, like that, and then we'll do the same thing I just had. Now maybe we'll just do something like this in here. I think that looks good too. That looks braced. Merino wool, the best wool. Hey, JL Hair, how are you doing? I just want to only brace the top, to be honest. Okay, let us save real quick. And let me do a quick little look around how we're looking. I know the bottom still needs some stuff. Maybe we might need to have this float a little bit. We also need some more bracing around here. Let's do that real quick. I feel like we just got power. Yeah, that feels much more solid now. Let's go sit in a seat and get some power. Those thick socks won't fit inside your work boots. Oh, that's rough. I've been a believer in wool socks since the winter of 1987. You were training in Missouri. Yeah, we'll definitely want to cap off this a little bit, but we could just come in here with these and do something like this. To I am tempted actually to not do that and just do some ground down connectors in there. Can anyone else think of another block that could be just one block and fit. These are too big. Hold on. There has to be something that is just one block. Oh. Isn't there something in here? No, that's 2 blocks. That won't look that good though if we ground that down. It might just have to be one of these ground down. Alpaca wool. That's actually perfect. None of the silicon in it. And then we could even come by and do either this here. Could actually even grind this down to like that. Oh, lights. Thank you, K-Head. That's actually a fantastic idea. We can put little corner lights. Well, I mean, I'm going to use the connectors, but we could put little corner lights in here. Would be a great idea. These little lights. It's actually a great spot for lights right now. Here, Dad used to ranch alpaca in Missouri. That's crazy. You're doing engineering drawings for work. Doing good, though. Thanks for asking. That's great to hear. I mean, I hope you like your engineering drawings. Like you're having fun doing it. Let's top up on our iron. Yeah, I like that. What do we have? Anything else like that in the back that we need to deal with? Not really. Not really. It's mostly Greeble work that we need to do underneath. And then painting. Oh yeah, I gotta do the bracket work that I did here. Then I was thinking, we just get away with doing this here? Is the top like that? Yeah, we could probably just get away with putting this here. The same thing on the front, and those look much more sturdy to be brackets now. Like actually holding on to the thruster. Do we want to bring brackets though that go from like here over to here? So it's not just a straight out. Let me show you what I'm talking about. If we brought out from here, let me do it on both sides just so we can see. We come out from there, and then what is this going to look like if we get over? Come on, connect. No, you're not going to connect. Is this going to get us there? Maybe. Watch this perfectly line up. Wouldn't that be amazing? It's not going to, but it could have. It actually does. It does line. It perfectly lines up. Maybe cover the Atmos from the other side. extend a ring of armor around the thruster from the pre-existing bracket. I don't know if I want a ring. I think that would look weird. Trying to make circles in Space Engineer still is funky. How do we feel about that, though? Yeah, I totally did it on purpose. 100%. Let me get both sides welded so it's a little easier to see. Yeah, I like it. We could have bracing that runs down the center to like from here to here now if we wanted. Can we actually get braces though? We can't, can we? No. I mean, we technically could run something like here and connect it up to that. Am I? Oh, that's the bridge. Huh. That is not going to allow us to do that on both sides. Let me think of something that would be symmetrical somewhat. I know it's an asymmetrical ship, but something symmetrical would be nice there. Also, I kind of want to take out this block here. Same thing over there? No. Is it? Should be right past... right here. And then bring... I want... you... there. You to there. It's looking more braced now. With the small box, you could inset it if you wanted. Yeah. What is this ship for? Welcome in, Two Bachelors, One House. It's a hilarious name. This is for hauling ships. It's specifically designed to haul my miner, but when I release it to the workshop, it could be for hauling many ships. It has a ton of cargo, a ton of lifting. It can go down on planets. But it's designed just to haul ships. It's a barge. The downside of asymmetrical design, say break your brain. Yeah, we're gonna have to do something different on both sides if we want to do some type of bracket work here. We do a single bracket here and then this way. What's the Waffle Barge for? It's for hauling, like I just said, hauling ships. Now why it's called the Waffle Barge is I'll explain it again because I don't mind explaining. The quick story is when we built this ship, which I believe was last Thursday. The name, if you wanted just a quick little too long didn't read or too long didn't watch, there were conversations happening in chat and I asked chat. They were talking about both Tim Curry and we have someone here that is a community member that's Belgian who was talking about waffles. So Tim Curry, the Waffle Barge, just became part of the name from some of the chatting. Yeah, that bracing looks really good, honestly. Pretty happy with that. We still gotta do something under these fins here. I'm not quite sure what we're gonna do. Dig Rock, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you so much for the $10 and one deductible for your insurance of crashing the Black Ledger. It's all good, Dig Rock. How are you doing today? We honestly could just leave that like that. So if we get, do we have, yeah. That would look fine just leaving it like this. If you haven't checked out Digrock or you don't know who he is, you definitely should know who he is. He's a fantastic Space Engineers 2 content creator who makes some amazing builds and has inspired me to really focus on my details a little bit more. Not that I don't always focus on my details, but he's definitely making me... He's making me focus on making sure that I'm paying attention to my builds. Had to see how the old waffles come along. I think it's coming along pretty good. What do you think? What do you think, Digrock? I think it's looking pretty nice. It's looking pretty nice. Could I honestly paint it right now and it would be close to done. Also, Digrock, if you don't know who Digrock is, and you definitely should. He has a racing league going on in preparation for, which I'm a part of, but in preparation for multiplayer, he is setting up multiple events for different classes of racing ships. So if you're interested in building a racer, right now I think you're going to be setting up doing actual single player. As long as you've recorded yourself, you can make it on a leaderboard, Digrock, right? Yeah, it's a new one. It's Dr. H's, my wife's personalized. It's from Batman, Harley Quinzel. She loves Harley Quinn. So it's from the old Batman cartoon back when I was growing up. But yeah, I believe you're going to be doing time trial, at least like solo. You can do your time on a course, and as long as you have video footage, it's going to be counted as official times. I could be mistaken, but I think that's what I saw. So if we wanted to do side brackets here, what would we be doing? To support the bridge a little bit more? That's where my mind is right now. Bringing in some side brackets. So I think one in there. One in there. Is that right? No, we need to go over one. Perfect. Yeah, we'll do some time trials and leaderboard events. I'm working on getting an official course set up. Maybe beef up the struts, holding up the bridge. Yeah, that's funny. I'd like to do a Discord event where we watch the time trials live in time. That would be awesome, Digrock. That sounds awesome. Okay, it's being weird right now. It wants me to weld these up. Are these gonna bother me where they're sitting right now? No, I think that's gonna be fine. Trying to get them centered to here, and I think they are. Let me test with a projection real quick. If I wanted to center that, that is, yeah, okay. Actually, let's just add that anyway. Under here anyway. We're gonna have to grab some more iron, and we're probably gonna have to add up the space and use Twitchy to get some more iron. Still working out the details. Yeah, your Discord has become one of the Discords that I check on a daily basis now, because I'm very interested in racing. Looks like the barge might fare a little bit better now when you actually turn on the dampener. Or, yeah, turn off the dampeners, yeah. It's definitely looking better. How could we sync? I'd want to sync... Hold on real quick. We'll get back to that in a second. I want to sync the connector up. We'd have to get rid of the battery, though. But I would want to bring the connector up. one whole block, right? Yeah, about one of these distance. Which you probably could do. Okay, let's get rid of this battery real quick. Or not. Let's get rid of this battery real quick. We could pull conveyors. I like the placement of the connector, but I want it up one block. So it sits flat when it's parked. Is it going to be able to, though, down here? Yeah, it can come down one whole block, I think. Yeah. Let's save real quick. Have they fixed the drills for ships? They have not. The drills still act funky. That's actually one of the reasons we built or started building this barge. Is so we can work at emptying the ship and dealing with the shutting off the power. Let's disconnect this. What's the worst that could happen? So I want a connector at that level. I could just put the connector here. What are we at connector wise? And pull in from the side small conveyors. Let's do that right now. Why is this floating? If this fell right now, I'm pretty sure we'd be good. So now we just pull in symmetry mode. And then we're gonna need you. Perfect. Yeah, this allows us to actually park it better. And it'll also look better because it'll have these as the where it sits down. Still have a bunch of detailing to do down here though. Okay, now let's actually park this. If we can get out. We can, okay. Yeah, that looks much better now, parking this. Wait, do different size conveyor ports connect now? Like, no, they don't. That's why I added the side ones. Why I added those side ones to come into the connector in the back or the sides. I should have blueprinted it. Yeah, let's blueprint this real quick. Let's disconnect for a second. Go up and replace the blueprint for a second. Replace grid. This grid. Save. Now let's park it again. Perfect. They will try to line up though. If you do what I just did, they will still try to line up. The other issue we have is this connector. We also need to think up bracing for these side thrusters. Which might be easy to do over here, but over here we're gonna have to think up what we want to do for bracing. Let me do that right now. Instead of whatever I was about to do. What was I going to do? Yeah, I do want to think of a way to drop this connector one block. which we might be able to do in a similar sense. Yeah, we can 100% drop that another block. I can connect something to this. Yeah, okay. There's attachment points. Let's work on that real quick, actually. So if I was to get rid of all this, Dr. H, if you're there, little man is awake. We could utilize and do some redundancy here. And then one more. Perfect. Bring this down one. So that is a conveyor. Yeah, we'll end up doing the same thing. Uh-oh. Space Engineers 2 took a dump again. Why did Space Engineers 2 take a dump? You're a little slow, but you can be taught. We're still good. Just Space Engineers 2 decided to stop. Space Engineers 2ing. Not quite sure why. Yeah, okay, good thing I did just save. I don't know why disconnecting that connector would do that. Let's continue that. Yeah, we weren't that much into it. That's the second time that's happened, though. That's the most undeserved crash I've seen in a while. You weren't even... Yeah, I wasn't even doing anything wrong, Dig Rock. Unless something happened and I
have a
didn't.
bad feeling about this.
Do you, EC? Yeah, I know. I mean, I expect crashes. I'm not whining about the crash, but usually crashes happen from you doing something crazy and something clanging out. They usually don't just happen from you doing what I was just doing. Okay, where were we at? Let's just do one side at a time then. Let's just do one side at a time. Never mind. Why though? Well, that's interesting. Back-to-back crashes now. You son of a potato. It's all your fault, EC. I'm not allowed to lower the connector? It said no. It's like, stop. I already told you you're not allowed to do this. It's exclamation mark, EC. I figured you noticed it. I'm not going to grind anything when we first get into this. I'm going to fly around a little bit and see if the world is stable. So let's stop this. Everything looks good. Everything is awesome. Is everything awesome? Some weird dust. Let's save real quick. Not sure what that was about. Let's just take a nice little walk, a little stroll up this way. What is that quote date? That's... Oh, yeah, yeah. No, you got me there for a second, too. I read it. It's like June 1st. No. Oh, come on. Everything's fine right now. Should I disconnect it from the base first? And then try modifying it? Let's try building something first. Let's save again, because save. Am I running low? No, I need some iron. My dampeners are on. My dampeners are on. Okay. I kind of want to make it float and then try. I really want it. Like, I'm going to be bothered if I can't move that conveyor. Can you get a woohoo for your divorce finalized in my B days and 2? Yeah, of course. We probably have a redemption that is celebratory, right? I don't know that we do have a redemption that's celebratory. Okay, let's float this. Let's float it and try. Okay, it's flying now. How is it on fuel and everything? It has no power. Is this holding something? Like, is that holding like a ton of stuff or something? No, it looks like the ship is being held on more than just by that. That's what I was thinking, that maybe this was holding something.
Do it.
Okay, I'm gonna save again. Well, maybe if I start with the connector, everything will be awesome. Let me run away. Well, we're still here. Tim Curry isn't in a hurry to move that connector, so you don't best scurry onto something else. So you'd best scurry. You're just happy that you can say it. Okay, now let's get rid of this conveyor adapter. Inventory full. What's this? Is a cargo container. That reactor is losing. It's burning through stuff very fast. Let us dump our stuff off real quick. Let's drop the connector. I need iron and silicon that I just dumped off. I should just drop the connector. And then I need to land this thing as ASAP. Kids, land this and then watch the game crash for no reason. How many times can I save in a minute? Why aren't we going down? Uh-oh. What is our... Oh. I need to connect those lines back up. I totally forgot that those lines are extremely important. You joke, EC, but now we actually could blow up. We're on like a race against a clock right now. We're good? That wasn't more than 20? Hey, look, it fell. Can we just... Let's save. Hit it. God, you got me. I literally looked over and it got me. Okay. So we're out of power on this. Let's save real quick again. I think we can still connect though. Game save safely. We are locked in. Nice. We're still gonna have to build a battery, and we need a Greeble around that connector, but we got it. Did you see my mouse? Yeah, my mouse. A mouse moved. I did. You definitely got me. Might be able to put batteries somewhere down there. If not, when we do the brackets here, maybe we can put a battery down here somewhere. Not gonna get me again now. But you did get me. We are not, okay. So I want this like this. Actually, no. I want to go a little fancier here. It is not liking me. Like, the game's freaking out when I'm grinding these blocks right now. When I go to grind blocks, the game is slightly mad. No, I'm not doing a large battery. The reactor should be good. Reactor should be good. We're probably just gonna put a small battery on it. Okay, and then one more down, and then we're gonna get towards the ship. Path blocks. Take these all the way to there. Reactor power and recharge a large battery back. Yeah, but I'd have no place. So I physically have no place to put a large battery right now on this. But I want the medium. The medium-sized battery is what I'm talking about we're gonna have on this. Maybe more than one, but right now just one. Save again. I'm just gonna keep saving so often. But yeah, a reactor will recharge it. It's gonna recharge both battery banks. Whatever size battery bank I put on here will overcharge. But it's a mixture of looks that I want to go with the smaller ones and not really having the place to put it. You're gonna go make lunch? Enjoy your lunch. And it was nice meeting you. Could be used in emergency to replace other grids out in the field. Yeah, but I literally am just gonna put some battery banks probably down here underneath the bridge. That is the one place I see a spot for them, because we don't have enough space to put battery banks under here, right? Now, those are slightly bigger than I would like. We could have technically got a battery bank in here. But I was thinking we might be able to get some underneath here somewhere. That would look nice. Maybe bring this back a little bit to about here and do like 3 lining up with the thrusters. Yeah, that doesn't look bad. Yeah, but I don't want... Wind God, I do not want a giant battery bank hanging down from here. Personally. I care a lot about the looks of a ship. If you haven't noticed. I'm superficial when it comes to ships. So iron and silicon. I can make that look good there, though. So we're good on silicon. I just need to find some iron. We are running low on iron, though. I'm happy with this here. I'm happy with doing these battery banks right here. Because I'll be able to do some brackets and it doesn't look horrible. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this here. Because I technically could bring... I don't know what I did there. Let's save again just because. I could do something like this here. I will not sacrifice aesthetics for practicality usually. As dumb as that sounds. As silly as that might sound, that's what I'm about. So I'm thinking we might be able to do something like this. Nope. Okay, and then we do... And then I'm thinking that we do something like this. Yeah, I like that. I'm just constantly saving. Then we can do the same thing inside. So let's actually partial copy this real quick so I can just paste this a bunch. Oops. Perfect. Can I get my head in and... I can't, can I? Can I get my head in this way and do it? Yeah. It should be everything on that side. Yeah, I think that looks really good. And then we can brace something on the back of them a little bit. Or even do, yeah, we could do... Nope. And then these. Like this. And then there's a normal detail cube inside. Yeah, those look actually braced in now, though I'm missing... What happened there? I don't know what happened there. Yeah, they actually look like they're... Yeah, I'm happy with that. They look like they're there. Cooling vents behind the bat. That's actually a pretty good idea. Let me go grab some power real quick. Save. Save, save, save. Why am I? What is going on here? I know I've been running the game for a little bit, so sometimes it gets angry if you're running it for a while, but... Okay, that's all off. But cooling vents is a good idea there. Game dork. Cooling vents are always cool. Cooling vents are always cool. What about between here? Or do you mean you think right behind... Like here? Or in this area? Run vents down. A nice little detail that most people will never see. I think we could get away with either or, honestly. So we could do them here. Now, yeah, I think right behind the batteries is better. What do we want to do here? Part of me wants to do this here. Yeah, but we're not gonna... So if I do them like this, Game Dark. Yeah, I guess then we could just do... that there. I was thinking that they would look neater that way. We're out of iron? Seriously? Yes, we are. We're out of iron. The deals that nobody sees that end up making the most immersive ships, yeah. You are right. Inventory full. God, this game is not happy right now. I will say that. Probably gonna need to do that right there. Let's fix this before Game Dork freaks out. Close off there. I know I could have used the other block there, but it'll be fine. Someone has once told me that everything is awesome. Thing is, if you ever are gonna want this ship in your world, welding it up is you're definitely gonna want area welders. And I'm just kidding. I'm kidding, Game Dork. It was not serious. I did not think you're sitting there going like, that looks horrible. Everything is awesome. Okay. A little bit of detailing here. Then we got to move on to the connector, which I'm kind of scared to touch. I am pretty happy with that area. Why aren't these thrusters thrusting? It's a great question. Why aren't their thrusters thrusting? We have no down thrust right now, for some reason. Oh, I know 100% know why. No, it's not that. We never plugged in. I never did the additional plug that I wanted to do. So let's save real quick as we float up to space. And let's build this as we float up to space. What is my... I think we might have the parts to do this. So right around here. Hopefully this game doesn't crash. Hey, Peter Griffin's brother. How are you doing? So we need a straight right here. And then what, a T? No, we need a 1. And then a T. There we go. Now we've slowed down. Let us save real quick. You don't want to see when I'm frustrated? is gonna be so much easier when we're building our space station. We slightly angled up there. Bonk. Yeah, I'm scared to grind this right now and fix the other side a little bit. Okay, that side is fixed now. You're doing lovely, and see you playing one of the best games to come makes me want to watch it. No, I'm glad that you're here. So it doesn't like being connected to the base. Something about being connected to the base and working on these conveyors is making the game angry. Interesting. Well, at least we know what's causing it. If I were to lift that off the base, it would be fine. Here we go, we're back. Hold on, I'm answering a comment on a video. But yeah, we know that we need to disconnect the ship at least to work on the conveyor, which is kind of really weird. Okay. I really want, it was an important comment on my combat guide for Space Engineers 1, so I really wanted to make sure to get that. So what are we? So I just need to grind that out. So I need to disconnect. Let's try it. I'm going to disconnect the ship. See how much uranium is in the ship, and then I'm going to disconnect it. We have 120 uranium sitting there. Let's fly up just a little bit. Save. I like these little lips. I do. I like adding lips to my ships. My lips, my ship lips. So yeah, it's 100% being connected to the base and working on that. That is so weird. Right? It's weird. Very, very strange. Sorry, I had to cough there for a bit. Something was caught in my throat. Is it just the base is too much for this game to handle right now? Just too awesome for this game right now. It's like, I can't handle it, sir. Please cool down. So yeah, we have thrusters on both sides. Let us blueprint you while you're floating. Replace grid with you. Save. Perfect. My lips bring all the ships to the yard. Damn right. They thrust better than... Interesting. Okay, everything is awesome again. It almost makes me wonder if I'm not able to work on the ship anymore while it's connected. I think it's at a pretty good stopping point. Maybe we finish the full detail of the ship when we do our space base. If it's having issues right now, working on it while connected to the base. We can do a little bit of painting, honestly. Let's do some painting. Let's save and then let's do some painting. I'm also going to talk about this now that there's more people here, but I announced it in the beginning. I'm going to talk about some of my talking points while we paint this. But we have a bunch going on in the community right now. We have a community survival server for Space Engineers 1 that is going on right now, a 20-slot server with a bunch of people playing on it right now. If you're interested, check out the Discord. Yeah, Space Base is after we finish this area up, which I still need to... What I need to wrap up this area is inside there. I just need the detail out to production building. And this, I think this base is good to go once we do that. We also are going to be having a private Space Engineers 1 server for Patreon members and YouTube members, and a few of the tight-knit, hardcore community members that have been here for a while. It is going to be a little bit more about a collaborative engineering experience. It is Major John's Cauldron system, and we have all scrap on. It's not scrapyard style, but it's going to be a little bit harder. These modded planets make it so you need to build outposts on bases, and I also added in a mod that I made, which is simplifying the asteroid ores in space, making it so you can only get stone, iron, nickel, and silicon from space. There are a ton of mods. So the community server, I haven't planned any events yet right now, but we have a bunch I'm working on, because I have a bunch of ships that have a way we're going to do. They're mostly going to be combat oriented right now, the ones I have, and they're going to be about focusing on taking, like, the group coming together, everybody on the server to coming together to defeat some ships that I have made, because I've made some pretty cool ships that I have never really shown anybody. And we also are thinking out coming up is going to be a build challenge, but we're still like a build competition with a Steam gift card rewards like we've done in the past. Anything else I'm missing? Merch. Check out the merch. I've just dropped these awesome lines. What am I gonna do? Something like this here? This isn't horrible looking. I love that we can do that. They're gonna keep it in... We gotta bring blue into this somehow. Oh, and the other thing I forgot to mention, which I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, is on Mondays and Wednesdays now I'm doing member-only streams. But these are special streams in another way, because they only go as long as my son is taking his nap. So the second I put him down for a nap, I start the stream. When he wakes up, I wrap things up and we end the stream. But they are members only streams, and they're just hanging out, testing new games that could potentially be on the channel in a non-member capacity. and just hanging out and checking out old games, doing Mass Effect series runs, Borderlands, the Jedi Survivor games. Teams build a base and attempt to take out other bases with missiles only. And there's no PvP at all right now, Chad. I got my other shirt and sticker today. I wish I could show that off on stream right now, but I don't currently have a cam. So I'm thinking for these brackets, we might do these in yellow. It'll break up this a little bit. Like have those in yellow. Actually looks, yeah, that looks perfect. Yeah, I like it. We'll do the brackets in yellow then. And also to talk about Patreon a little bit, the other benefits, not just getting the ability to play with a bunch of us right now in this server, is there's a bunch of benefits of being a YouTube member or a Patreon. At Patreon, you get every month I release, which is coming up not too far for now, but every month I release a little development diary, I call it. It's my content creation, behind the scenes, what's going on with me. He wants to make this whole conveyor line yellow. And then YouTube members have a bunch of perks. If you're... Oh, well, let's take a quick step back towards Patreon again. Not only is Patreon the way to get me the most money, if you care about that at all. I make the most money because Patreon does not take that big of a cut like YouTube does. But you also get access to a special channel on the Discord if you have your Patreon integrated into your Discord. But that also, bridging the gap, YouTube members also get that on the second tier, VIXL. And yes, I am being a little sellout right now, but I'm really focused on this year being a much bigger year than last year. No, we don't need to get a cam for me. But there are 3 tiers of YouTube membership. The first one is just a nice cheapy way to support the channel a little bit more than liking and subscribing. If you want to go that way, no one is saying that you have to. And then we have the VIXL one that comes with the behind the scenes channel on Discord. It's not the same one that Patreon ones members have, but it is slightly different. It's not the same one, it's slightly different. I basically said the same thing twice there. It just has its own benefits and its own interactions with me between those 2 channels. And then we have the optical VIX. We currently have one member sitting at the optical VIX tier, and it's Crazy Kaz. Conveyor line could be a 3rd color, 3 color paints. Yeah, I have 3 color. I usually use blue, but I wasn't thinking of using blue for the conveyor lines. We could see what it looks like though. That looks pretty good. Technically also do blue on that. We could make all the thrusters blue too. But yeah, I just needed to get that out of the way. I apologize to people who don't want to think about why I'm doing this, because I am doing content creation as a full-time job right now. This is the way I'm making money. You gotta head out. Maybe I'll see you all in Rev stream later. Yeah. Rev is streaming later. I forgot about that. EC, did you see what he's streaming? Does anyone that's in Rev's Discord see what he chose that he's streaming? Because I know that he was looking to maybe... He was stuck between if he was doing Space Engineers 1 or 2. I don't know how I feel about the thrusters being... Luckily, it doesn't take long to switch these out. The thrusters being blue might not be the right move. You can comment now that you don't like EC. I thought it was just me, Duke. They actually do look good. The thrusters look good in blue. Thrusters look good in blue. And then I think we just need to paint the bridge, which this is where we might go a different color. Where don't we have like a kind of a dark gray somewhere? And we've used this. And maybe we can just make some of the bridge this color. So then we just come in like this. As long as this doesn't blend, no, it doesn't blend in with the vents, good. I can't get behind there right now. Actually, we could always do these blue. Thrusters yellow? I don't know with the brackets if that would, let's try it with this one real quick. What do you think? That doesn't look bad. It doesn't take long to switch it all out, so we can try it out. I like it. I think they're fine, blue or yellow. Reb is retrofitting the space. Okay, Duke. Thank you, Duke. I knew that he didn't know which one he was going to do. It seemed like he definitely wanted to do the retrofit, but he was asking his Discord if they were okay with it. Which the answer to that should always be do what you would want to do. I'm good with this. We can always make him go back blue if we want. I was thinking though that instead of that gray, we do the bottom layer of this blue. And we add a yellow line in somewhere. Actually, we could just add a yellow line in here, couldn't we? I have to go inside to do some of the painting. And then the blue. Do we want gray for that? No, I want blue for that. Middle thruster gray, outer thrusters yellow. Welcome in, Rare Sauce. It's great to see you. I mean, we can switch the colors a million times, honestly. Then we're gonna do this blue. Probably do those brackets gray. And then the roof could be, what color are we thinking of roof? It could either be blue, it could be gray, it could be the same gray that I'm going to use for these brackets. I could also make these brackets yellow. Hydro blue, excuse me, and Atmo yellow. Hydro blue, Atmo. Let's look. Hydro blue, Atmo yellow. Yeah, I know my suit energy is low. You don't have any preference on colors, but I do like the idea of Hydro and Atmo being different. Yeah, that's a good idea. Make the roof in brackets. Yeah, I was thinking of gray. Gray would be this gray right here. Should be the brackets in the roof. And that little lip around this, maybe? Like this all gray too? Or leave the bottom white? No, no, no. No, I think this works. Love the fact that you can just detail this out and then paint it in such a way like this. And then we'll paint these gray. 2. I usually do gray on that also. We're gonna do yellow on, yeah, maybe gray on that bottom, and then we'll do yellow coming up from there for the railings. It's looking nice. No, I know I missed some. I just saw the railing and everything and wanted to get on that real quick. I also need to go inside the bridge and do a bunch of that. And we need to go in the bridge now. The slopes at the top blue. I really like them gray. I like that whole section gray, to be honest. Yeah, I like that whole roof gray right now. So we're gonna do you there. One blue here. What are we doing these windows? Those windows should be blue, yeah. This whole section should be blue. Oops. Yeah, I really like that. That looks really cool. Fix the roof, please. What is wrong with the roof? What's wrong with the roof? What are you talking about? The roof is fixed. You like your navy, yellow, white, gray schemes? Always look sharp when painted? Yeah. Digrock, did you ever play PlanetSide? Hey Dinah, welcome, and how are you doing? What's wrong with the roof? There's still white on the roof? Where? I think you're... Oh. This... I totally missed that. The sun was glaring on it. Did you see that? Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Chad. She just said miss the roof. You don't think you played PlanetSide? Well, if you ever... Digrock, if you... The inspiration for this, without even trying, but it partially is because Marcus... They had factions in PlanetSide, and the NC were like your American military style. And Marcus always liked them, so when I started the colors that we have to work with, I saw what we had, and I kind of just started going with that scheme. That color scheme, kind of mess with Marcus. You know what you missed? Some are not finishing. Okay. It's finished now, though, right? It's good now. We can do some detailing inside the bridge. Probably gonna getting some of these are gonna be gray brackets. Probably do the batteries in yellow. All brackets and stuff like that should probably be gray. So do we want to do gray on these instead. I try to keep brackets and support structures gray. I like the gray here. Thank you, bachelors. And thank you, Dinah, for the compliment earlier when you came in. About the base, I'm really happy with this base. It is looking good. It's crazy what it started from, but it's looking really nice. And I know that's how humble of me, but I'm very proud of my builds. So I'm not gonna sit there and lie. No, it looks horrible. Oh, we wanted blue on all the, so blue on all of you. All of the hydras are gonna go blue, and we'll do Atmos yellow. Okay, that looks good. Four color scheme, blue, yellow, gray, white. Looks pretty good, and a decent mix of where the colors are placed. Thanks, Chad. Thank you, Chad. So yeah, we can get away with doing these brackets all in gray. Everything is awesome. Everything is awesome, always. Oh, I didn't say you, I said brackets. It's not what I meant to do. What I miss? I don't get how people make such great builds like this. I've been working on Ship and Space and Runner for like a week, and it looks at best area. Some people, and I don't mean that. That sounds so mean, but my inspiration all comes from my brain, and it's just I have so much going on in my head of like ideas. That's why I love Space Engineers. Is I get to take those ideas and put them in this like creativity. That was somewhat coherent. I apologize. But I always have these creative ideas, whether it come to writing music or building something in a game. So it's nice. It's a nice outlet. But a lot of people I know also utilize Pinterest, or even you could have something show you, like you can just do searches, Google searches for prototype futuristic fighter or something like that, or whatever build you're trying to make, and you can get ideas from the images. I know if you ever watched Digrock's stream when he was building the Canyon Racer, he had a bunch of ideas from images, and sometimes he sketches out his own ideas. But he took some inspiration from some images for his smuggler racer. The idea, man. Yeah, I have too many ideas, Chad, and not enough time. Constantly have ideas. Things going in my brain, telling me to do things. Are we making these gray? I said all support brackets, so I guess we are. But if you don't constantly have ideas going off in your head like I do, I'm saying Pinterest or Google searching stuff is a great way to get through that if you want your stuff to look pretty and you want to make it look good. This makes me think that this back part here needs to be... So yeah, oh, here we go, here we go. I am just going to go off painting right now because I have an idea. Doodling is good and the doodle makes sense to me. Yeah, I actually just looked at Digrock. I think he showed a doodle for his next ship in his Discord that he was going to be building. I don't remember what racer, Digrock. But it looked another car similar to the Smuggler. Maybe it was a Hydro Smuggler, I don't know, or it was Ion. I actually can't remember what ship it was that you were showing sketches for. So yeah, I was thinking of turning all of this into gray, this whole beam support structure. I have more than enough ideas floating around in my brain. I'm just not good at actually making them in Space Engineers. Well, that will probably just come from practice and understanding what you can do with all the blocks is all I could say there, Rare Sauce. And by the way, welcome in. I don't think I welcomed you into the stream, but welcome in. The sketch was for a Smuggler, but I'm going to build the hole I want and see if it's too big or not for the Smuggler class. Digrock, I actually was building, I don't know if you can see it. Do I have this somewhere? Blueprinted? I was building another racer. Here's my modified showroom. But no, I don't have it blueprinted. It's in that world, though, my creative world. That I'm working on another racer. I'm actually working on a racer and a class of racers to bring to you and your community. I need to sit in a seat real quick. But it just comes from practice. There was a time, Rare Sauce, that I was not happy with my builds. That I did not think that I could produce anything that was good or that people would like. But I just kept building and building and building and trying new ideas. Always refining. Like, you can do it a lot more in Space Engineers 2, but Space Engineers 1, your hard edges and everything, build out the basic shape that you want of the ship, and then just go back and refine areas if you're not happy with how they look. There is nothing wrong with redoing a part multiple times. And then there's a lot of people that just use workshop blueprints, which is fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. That's the reason that one of the awesome things of me being able to upload stuff to the workshop is I know that my ships will get used by people who just don't want to build. Obviously, you are acting like you want to build, but there's some people that don't want to build and they just want to download stuff from the workshop. There might be too much gray here, but I'm just going with an idea I have to see what it looks like in the end. We can always painting takes nothing. It's not like we're actually taking up a resource here, so all it takes up is time. It's not what I want. I actually want yellow for these. No, do we want those in yellow? Maybe we want those in blue, honestly. Yeah. Kind of want that in blue. It takes time to try and not be a perfectionist in Space Engineers and be happy with your builds. To build or not to build, that is the question. That's that famous Shakespearean question there, Prime. Also, when building, you feel like you want to make a radical change but don't want to lose progress, copy and paste your ship and make your big changes, then you still have... Yeah. It's like Digrock and I build very similarly. Similar. You know that word. I kind of purposely did that, but I apparently can't say that word right now. But in a similar sense, we make different, what companies would say, like prototypes or marks versions. A lot of my builds, but before I released that Black Ledger, I had 3 or 4 different builds, different copies, different saved blueprints and versions of that ship before I got to a version that I was happy with. So I feel like we could put lights, corner lights right here. Might be a good choice. That's why I've been working on my ship for like a week. I've been making a lot of changes the way Diggerock has been saying, and I'm getting happier. Yeah, so you're on the right track there. So I'm thinking of doing this whole section down here in gray. This whole... Oh. Apparently I dropped steel plates. Like the whole support structure here. Just keeping the same theme, that anything that is a supporting beam or something. That catches me off guard. That one definitely catches me off guard. I was not ready for that, Prime. And I definitely didn't expect it to be you, Prime, that redeemed it. Yeah, I think this is looking good. I think this is looking good. I also apologize if when I'm talking about my building I come off as cocky or something like that, because I definitely am not that. I'm quite the opposite, where I generally think most of the stuff I make is not great, but people come into streams or comment on the builds and at least mess with my brain to starting to think that things are good looking, as silly as that sounds. But I'm definitely not sitting there going like I make the best stuff. I joke with Diggerock sometimes that he's the second best Space Engineers 2 builder, but that is not anyway in a similar or a serious sense. I like it when she says pudding. Yeah, that last one. That's why I put that last one on there. I like that angry one. Okay, I wasn't sure, bachelors, if it ever comes off that way. This is not my intention, is all I'm trying to say. If it ever does come off that way. What are we thinking about all these support structures being gray? It's looking good, right? Yeah, I think it breaks up some of the build, having that gray underbody support structures. Let's make these gray. Also, when you're working on your build, I like to take a progress screenshot and set it as a computer background. Then when I have a moment, yeah, but you're a different breed of person, Digrock, where you're, well, I like my visuals and cinematics and stuff like that. You dive way deeper into it. You must use your ego to destroy your ego, then you'll be the best person because you'll have no ego. You'll let me know. Yeah, please call me out. If I'm ever... Just call me out on any of my crap. I can't remember if you can or can't put two slopes in the same block in Space Engineers 2, but if you could, you can make those little yellow details on the floor a bit smoother, which... These? Yeah. And I don't know if you saw it, I talked about this a bit. We don't have skins, obviously, yet, but you can work with grinding down blocks. Like it used to be the way in Space Engineers 1 to get different looks before we had skins, is you can go around and just grind down blocks and get different textures out of them in different build states, which is really cool. No, you can't place two slopes in the same square. You can get them pretty close, but this side, nothing can be placed in this size. This is the smallest square, so only one block can be placed in this square, this size of square, the 0.25 meters. Part of me feels like that needs to be, no, I'm gonna leave that white. I know I missed some places. That I got there. We need to blueprint this thing, is what we need to do. I think I've got the whole inner, no, I didn't. What is that though? Oh, I started to do this side, so yeah, we got to do that whole part gray. I didn't. I didn't even point at you, sir. But if you look at my Black Ledger ship, did I just paint? No, okay. The Black Ledger racer that I made that's on the workshop right now, all the detail, the chrome details are just grinded down armor blocks. Yeah, that works. I think Splitsy or someone made a mod for it early on, but it's just, yeah. He did it for the, if I remember, it was for the catwalks and stuff, dig rocks, so you could get to the corner catwalks better, but yeah, it's not a good idea, like Dig Rock just said. Really excited with all the modding capabilities of Space Engineers, especially considering they're going to be adding NPCs and so yeah, one of the cool modding things that is happening over on Dig Rock, that's your name. Well, I don't know what I was about to say. On your server, you have Stone Lords over there making, utilizing the contract system to make racing checkpoints, which is amazing. The fact that you can use contract blocks as checkpoint, like use a contract system to make checkpoints and make an actual race, a timed race, is insane. I need a drink. And whenever I say that, I always think about Dukes. If you're liking the stream, like the stream. Smash that like button. Or lightly touch it. I don't care. One of the two. I want to blueprint this. I missed this yellow. Yeah, I want to blueprint. What color should you be? Probably gray. We're going to be doing some detailing in here too. But let's save and then blueprint this. Like it if you like it. Exactly, Duke. Yeah, it doesn't hurt. If you have Space Engineers too, there's definitely no harm in making a racing ship. I'll show you what I'm talking about though, if you haven't seen the picture. What is going on with the game? Actually, I'll just bring the picture in real quick. Just give me a second. I have the picture right here. So all of these parts, all of this, it looks like chrome is just grinded down. It's like these parts here, just grinded down non-functional blocks. This stuff up here at the top, I did it for a lot. This little visor thing, some of the vented stuff at the top. You can work with not having skins, just grinding down some of the blocks if you don't need them to be functional. I would also argue that if you're here hate watching, you should also click the like button. Yeah. It's the last thing I want you to do is hit that like button or something. I don't know. This is looking good. We want to blueprint though. Whoa, what was that? That was a little scary. I'm not gonna lie. We do have a bunch of work we need to do building on the bottom, because I want to do some brackets holding in a lot of this bottom structure. Okay, let's blueprint this. Replace grid. Can we also appreciate how awesome it is to do blueprints right now in Space Engineers 2? Replacing your blueprints and doing your thumbnails is amazing. I actually want to do some mining. We're gonna need iron anyway, so let's head up to space to Twitchy and do some mining. Where is it? 25. It should be right up that way, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people, when I first released the ship and didn't do that, the Greebling over top of the big thruster said it looked a lot like the Batmobile. Oh, thanks, Wind God. It was just, you were just checking my stability of my ship. Yeah, we need to definitely do some more support structures on the side, like the hydrogen thrusters, the up and downs, and then those, the atmospherics, the rear atmospherics, and then some greebling on the bottom. Just something holding in all of the cargo containers and everything. Glad you also think so, Duke, because that's where I was at when I was making that ship. That's what helped me come up with the name for the Black Ledger. I don't know if I've said this yet, Digrac, but thank you very much for making that, I mean, a few people have said it. Making the Racing League is giving purpose to making builds in Space Engineers 2, which is not easy to do. Finding reasons to build things. Obviously, I have many reasons to build things in here, but it was nice having a purpose to make the racer. Let's go grab Twitchy. Let's go hit up an iron. Let's go hit up some iron. Okay, we haven't connected here with this yet. Uh-oh. What is... Oh, is it at the landing gear or is it the drills? Stopping us from docking now. I think it's a landing gear. Or is it the drill? I think it might be the drills. It might be the drills. It's probably the drills. Almost a 10 racers in the collection, and quite a few people have shared progress builds of the racers. Going to have to do a community creation racer, but yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Highlight a bunch of the yeah, I cannot currently connect. Dropping that connector has made it so we can't connect, and I'm pretty sure it's because of the drills. So those drills start to hit. I wish I could see. When do those drills start to hit? They're hitting right now, right? That sucks. And we can't just connect close enough. It's to connect. I thought it was the... So I had issues with the landing gear causing problems. Let's grind out those landing gear real quick and come back real fast. I also did not put an antenna yet on Tim Curry yet. Let us fly away from their ship for some reason. Get rid of you for right now and see if that changes anything. It might not. It probably is the drills. Thanks, Wind God. We may have to lift it up again. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the drills, Marcus. But we got Rev up in here. Hey, Rev. How are you doing? Yeah, that did allow us to get down a little bit further, though. It did allow us to get down just a little bit further, but it's 100% the drills. Oh, that sucks. We're not going to be able to... Nice. You just got home, Rev. Oh, that's frustrating now. Don't want to raise the connector back up, but we're going to have to. There is currently not a way we connect. Okay, so we're gonna go pull the ship over here, bring Tim Curry out there, and then raise the connector, apparently. Yeah, I didn't. We can go grab that antenna from that unidentified signal. You have an antenna, right? No, you don't. So hopefully we don't lose you. So we're moving the connector again because we're weirdos. Okay, let's get this to a stop and then move that connector. Let's save again, just in case something decides to happen again. Inventory full, inventory full, inventory full. Cargo container. Let me dump off my inventory. Thank you. At least we're not going to lose these now. We made it so even when we move the connector, it's fine. Okay, so we want these. We're gonna have a bunch of redundancy here, actually. Can we do this right now? Do we have the parts for that? I think we do. So I need to grab iron from this connector. Cargo container, whatever this is called. Oh, now you're not gonna let me in that cargo container. Okay, let's save real fast, and then we'll put the connector in. I could also connect to the front, Game Dork. Is that going to work? Is what going to work? What are you talking about, Marcus? Is what going to work? Oh, did I put that thing on wrong? Why don't you say that then? Instead of, is that going to work? I'm kind of trying to talk and stream and build and do a bunch of stuff. That would have been better, Marcus. Instead of saying, is that going to work? Because I had no clue what you're talking about. But thank you. Is that going to work? I was like, is what going to work? Is what going to work? Okay, let's blueprint you. Place grid. Save. Let's go grab some iron. Oh, antenna. Let's just temporarily put an antenna on this. Let's just temporarily put an antenna on this. I have it in one of these. There we go. I'm just going to put a temp antenna here. Silicon. Iron and silicon. I believe we have some silicon in the ship, right? Yes. There we go. Tim Curry the Waffle Barge. Let us go get you where you belong. I should have blueprinted after I made that right? Okay, let's go grab some iron. Because I think that the barge, other than the brackets on the bottom, we're pretty close to being done with the barge. So then we'll do the production facility probably next stream. Let's check how this flight is now. We'll finish up the inside of the production facility next stream. And then we'll be doing space. The final frontier. Iron is this way. That's ice. That's not what I want. I want this. Okay, when I let go, what happens? Oh, we don't dip as much. We don't dip like we used to. When I dip, you dip, we dip, you know? None of that's not happening as bad. We're gonna burn more hydrogen doing it like this, though. So let's stop this for a second. Let's turn off. You do know. I'm glad you know. Let's turn you off. Let's get in here. Okay, we are a little bouncy now. Oh, Marcus, you would get a kick out of this. I had somebody comment on one of the old VODs about Twitchy, saying that the whole they had to do that stupidity again, saying that the whole reason that Twitchy was so shaky was because I built it off of a grid. These are the voyages of the space engineer Aegir, who boldly goes where no space engineers has gone before. Noise canceling probably killed some of that echo. That's what I know. That's what was making me think of it, Marcus. But I had someone come in here all like, they came in with multiple paragraph comment about, well, Splitsy figured out that if you build it off the ground, it doesn't twitch around and bounce like that. I'm like, that's not the reason it was bouncing. It's not true. Spoiler alert, Splitsy doesn't know everything. And that's all I'm going to say on that. Marcus knows everything. Or Duke. It's Duke. Duke knows everything. Oh, it's Marcus, right? I can't remember. Wee! You must have always built your ship from bespoke matter collected at the start of the universe and previously untouched by human hands. Where you get the shakes? Who are you talking about? Who are you talking about? What you talking about? I don't know if you talked about it already, but do you feel about the teaser of the fighter cockpit? I haven't talked about it. I think it looks decent. Here, okay, here's some feedback I'm gonna put here. I don't know that any Space Engineers 2 developers watch my streams that often. I know they have. And a few people have been thinking this too. I know Engineer Coffee echoes this same mentality, is that Space Engineers 2 cockpit looks good, the fighter cockpit. But what I want Space Engineers 2 to be different. I feel like some of the art direction of Space Engineers 2 blocks feel like they're literally taking a Space Engineers 1 block and bringing it into the Space Engineers 2 universe, and that fighter cockpit kind of gives me that vibes. I don't know if it gives you those vibes too. But as long as we steer away from that, Space Engineers 2 blocks, I don't want to look like Space Engineers 1 blocks. I do not want Space Engineers 1 blocks in my Space Engineers 2. I want this to be a different game in most aspects. But yeah, the screen, like Tigrock said, the screens inside of the fighter cockpit look really nice. But it does slightly remind me of the Space Engineers 1 fighter cockpit, just a little bit. Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't look good. The 3D artist server there did a fantastic job, and they're doing a fantastic job with all these blocks. But I definitely want to lean towards the Space Engineers 2 blocks being their own thing. Maybe some inspiration from the Space Engineer 1 blocks, but I don't want to see ported over blocks. Everything is awesome. Thank you, Duke. No, it's Tuesday. We will not see you. Will I see you at Rev Stream, Duke? Question right now. Thanks for hanging out, though, Duke. If I don't see you at Rev Stream later, have a great rest of the day. What do you call a potato that's gone bad? I don't know. What do you call a potato that's gone bad? I won't make it to Revs. I work man. Okay. Well, then have a great rest of your day, dude. Darth Tater, a dud spud. I too want to see SE2 blocks not just be ported as, yeah. I think most of us do. Dig Rock, so as long as we make that a very vocal thing, hopefully it'll be that way. This is making me want to build a different miner. I love Twitchy, don't get me wrong, but it is making me want to build a different miner. Okay, let me remove the stuff from you into Tim Curry. Oh, do we not have any ice? Isn't there ice on this asteroid somewhere? I believe there is. You might join Revs if he's still streaming when I get on the train later. Yeah, okay. That was a good one, Game Dark. Darth Tater. Darth Tater. So I think all of this iron that we get here is going to help us do a little bit of the finishing of the structure on Tim Curry, and then help us finish out the inside of the production building next stream. When they do add more SE1 blocks, I hope they update them to give them more features, more intuitive quality of life, like they did with the battery. I just hope they don't add any space in it. If you're talking about to here, to this game, I hope they don't add any Space Engineer 1 blocks. The only thing I want is for a miner not to shake because I didn't build it from the ground. Nice, Rev. Rev, you're playing, Duke said you're doing Space Engineers 1. I know you were debating it in your Discord. You're going to be building your ship in creative, I think. Okay. Let me grab one more load. That would be like 180,000. The only thing I want is from, yeah, I just read that. Sorry. I'm getting very hungry right now, so my brain is working not as good as it should. Yeah, exactly. I know there is a vocal majority that definitely seems like they want, I wouldn't say a vocal majority, but there is a group that seems like they want just a better looking Space Engineers 1. You're retrofitting your ship in your survivor world. I like building. Okay, awesome. So no creative at all, just full act. No, it's actually better that you're doing it in survival. I should have had some soup. I'm about to have some chili here, Jed, once the stream ends. Awesome. Let's jump back in here. We're gonna turn off the stuff first on this. Then we're gonna get in this and we're gonna head towards Ventilation Station. I'm gonna say some stuff that you probably, if you've been here the whole time, you've heard me say it already, so I apologize, but I have to say it. So to Validation Station we go. But just remember, we got a lot going on right now. We have the community survival server that's access to anybody who's part of our Steam group and our Discord. We have a private survival server that's going to be a little bit more involved engineering wise and cooperative wise, that is available to all YouTube members and Patreon members if you're interested in that. And if you are a YouTube member or a Patreon member, you will notice that you have access already to the channel down below on the Discord for that new server. We are looking to be doing that this weekend, jump into that for the first time. The merch we have, I have awesome merch. That sounds so weird saying that, but I have merch. Is that better? If you want to, there's many ways down in the description of this stream just to support the channel and get something back from it. Be it the YouTube memberships or merch, or what else am I? Like Patreon. I always try to give some benefit if you're willing to throw money at me. With this conversation in mind, do you think Space Engineers 2 building system has completely eliminated the need for any future projector block? I don't think it has. I mean, here's how I'll answer that actually, Wingod. I think we don't need a projector block in the same sense anymore. Like, technically we don't, right? But I think there's going to be a need for the projector block, if that makes sense. Having something that you can turn on and off, like that functionality, Wingod, is going to be needed. Yeah, exactly, Digrock. Like Digrock just said there. We're going to need something, a projector block for repair, something we can turn on and off that will just show what is missing from a grid and stuff like that. We currently don't have that in this system. But yeah, as we slowly float back to here, remember Rev is streaming in an hour. Rev plays games. If someone could link Rev's channel, Marcus or Dr. H. Rev is streaming in an hour. He will be doing Space Engineers 1, retrofitting one of his ships that was in his tutorial video. So please join me over there. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. It has been so much fun getting Tim Curry to its current state and having these conversations. Well, anything else? I don't think there's anything else that I need to say. You all know the same spiel. I say it every single stream. But I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I look forward to seeing you all on Rev stream. And I will see you for YouTube members tomorrow. I am streaming 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For members, we'll have our membership only stream. If I can't get Star Rupture working, it is either going to be Borderlands or the Jedi Survival series we're going to be starting. Yeah, I think that's it. And then Thursday I'm back for everybody else with Space Engineers 2. Have a great rest of your day, everybody. Thank you for being here.